So I've been sitting here talking, and you know how scuffed streams are, especially since this is just my second painting stream. So I've been sitting here talking, and my mic has been muted this entire time. Um, so as I was saying, I don't think it picked any of that up. I'm going to be picking up again where I left off. I'm going to be painting these Sisters of Battle Zealots, the aspirants for the kill team, Warhammer 40k kill team. This is a commission work from a friend of mine. The contrast paints, as you can see, did end up looking really great on these cloaks. The red that I ended up choosing, the white came out as I expected it to. So what I'm going to end up doing, I didn't like how the detail didn't come out in the armor. So I'm going to be hitting it with a smaller dry brush. I'm just going to try to hit the armor with the dry brush. So instead of using the Army Painter matte, which is what I did with the Zenithal dry brushing last time, was I hit it with a black primer, and then I hit it with a white. So when you do Zenithal dry brushing, I did cover that last time on the stream. You want to prime it black, prime the entire model black, that way, you know, the darker recesses are darker. You hit it with a gray. You can see it on here, on the standard. You prime it black, you hit it with a dry brush of gray, and then you hit it with a dry brushing of white, and you try to aim just for the highlighted areas where the light's going to hit. So with that being said, I put the contrast black on the armor a little thick last time, and I want more detail and more contrast coming out, so I'm going to hit it with a more vibrant white and then put a thinner layer of contrast on top. So I'm actually not going with the Army Painter white this time. I'm going with the Vallejo airbrush. It's a little bit of a more vibrant white, a little thinner too. So I'm going to use the vortex mixer here because these paints have been setting for a while, and the pigmentation is settled at the bottom. So you might see a little wave effect on the camera, and that's because the vortex. Actually, this thing's kind of neat if you've never seen one. So it does a nice little mixing job of these bottle paints. Once I get started here, I'll start answering some questions again on the VTuber Get to Know Me card. And of course, like I did on Monday, if any of the chat has a question they want me to answer, feel free to ask. I'll take live chat questions over the VTuber card any day. And no anything you want to know about me, my character, about about airbrushing or painting, just feel free to ask. All right. Should be properly mixed. All right, so we're gonna get a little bit of this white down on a wet palette. Those of you that don't know what a wet palette is, wet palettes are great for acrylics because acrylics are, instead of enamels, which typically have oil, wet palettes are on top of a sponge, and it keeps acrylics nice and moist, for lack of a better word, and it doesn't dry them out. So I'm gonna just get a good amount of that white there. And we're going to pull out the old dry brush palette. I did a video this week, or I released a video this week on the proper how to prepare this thing. For those of you that didn't know what a dry brush palette is, how to prepare a dry brush palette, what it's used for, what the point of dry brushing is. Let's spin this around so you guys can see me use the white. So when dry brushing, you want to just, don't want to like throw your brush into the paint and soak it. You just want to get the tips of the bristles. Like, you just want to get a little bit of paint on there. And the object is a lot of people dry brush with a paper towel. Like, they'll take a towel and they'll get the moisture off of it that way, dry brushing. But the problem with that is the brush can pick up particles from the paper and then transfer it to your model. The brush can also lose too much moisture, and when you're putting dry paint on top of dry paint, you're not getting a smooth finish, and you're building layers. And when you build layers, you're actually doing a rougher, textured look. So that's the reason a dry brush palette is really good, is it keeps the moisture in the paint, but it takes enough of the paint off. So, and with a dry brush palette, all you want to do is, because it's got the texture here, is you just take your brush and you just wipe it on it until you get the desired effect that you want. All right, because I don't want to put a lot of white on this armor. I just want enough to get the details and the pop out. So, just getting enough of the white off. And you do hear me sniffling today. I'm not sad. I just got, my nose is running really bad. Okay, I think that's enough. So you just want to lightly take it down, and you just want to hit the highlighted areas where the light's going to hit, like, so the top of the knee, top of the foot, maybe a little bit on the thigh. Trying to stay on the armor. I'm not trying to get onto the cloak whatsoever. I'm kind of happy with the cloak, and hitting the top of the glove, the knuckles of the hand. And one other thing I'm going to do, I'm going to dry brush a little on the face, because that's flesh tone I used last time came out darker than I want it. So I'm going to get a little bit of this white in there to lighten up the skin tone. Awesome. Okay. Picking up a little bit more paint. And back to the dry brush palette. And when you're applying a dry brush over a contrast paint, you don't need to have like a really heavy hand. You don't have to sit here and stab into the model. You should, because just a little bit is going to do. So then again, you're going to hit the top of the knees. Anywhere the sunlight's going to gather, top of the knees, top of the boots, a little bit on the thighs. Just the surface. You're not going to do underneath, because you want the shadow underneath the leg. So, tops of the boobs, a little bit on the chest. Hit the knuckles on the hand. Especially the shoulder pads, because you're going to want those details, especially the edges, to pop. And you want to pull it towards you, away from wherever there's a painted area you don't want to get too much on. Like, I don't want it on her cowl here. Awesome. Okay. So it's just not going to take much. Oh, I didn't hit the face on the last one. I have to go back and do that real quick. Yeah. There we go. Hitting the top of the knee again, top of the boot. Pulling the first time I used this little one, so I'm getting a lot of stray hairs. All right. All right. So now that we're getting a little bit into this, and I'm just doing the same thing over and over again, I think I'll go ahead and I'll roll off here in a second, and I'll pick Actually, I want to make sure I get through all these questions, so I think I'm just gonna go down the list this time because I'd like to get them. I'd like to get the questions all done today. Um, so I'll go down and because I know I answered a bunch of them Monday when I debuted. Still getting a little stray hairs coming off. These brushes still need to get broken in. All right. This is actually a pretty good version of zombie. All right, last one for the little extra dry brushing, and then we'll go back through. And I'm going to slap some black contrast paint, but I'm going to use the wet palette this time, make it a little bit more saturated instead of using just a regular palette. Make the paint a little thinner. Isn't that fitting? That was not planned that was going to come on Spotify, but that's funny. I am indeed painting Sisters of Battle right now. All right. One tip that I like to give brand new painters is when you get your water to clean your brushes. When it comes to thinning paints, I'm a stickler for using a medium, using an acrylic medium, or in if you don't have an acrylic medium, using distilled water, because you can use tap. Because acrylics are just paint suspended in water. That's one reason they dry so fast. Is once the water dries, the pigment's kind of set. But hold on, I'll get it out. Oh, I thought I had. I thought I had some medium here. Oh, this will work too. Or paint stabilizer. You can thin it with anything you pretty much want. Oh, here we go. This is the airbrush medium. It's a thinner for acrylics, produced by Army Painter. This if I thin my acrylic paints, like if I want to get a drop on it and I want to get the flow a little bit more improved, I would go with the Army Painter mediums. But you can use tap water. A lot of people use tap water. I personally don't like tap water because one thing you'll find is that your paints will go on uneven, and if they do go on uneven, I guarantee you it's because of the impurities in the water. That just the natural impurities we have within tap water, mineral deposits, anything like that, sediment. Um, so if you don't use a medium, use distilled water. If you don't have distilled water, which I didn't have distilled water today to clean, so I ended up just getting filtered water out of my refrigerator, just to anything better than just straight up tap. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Let's see if we can find a lighter color than that. What is this? Grave Lord Gray. Might be a little. We'll see if it's a little too gray. Trying to go with a darker, the traditional black and white armor for the Sisters of Battle. The Vortex mixer does make that camera shake a lot. That's the problem with these contrast paints, is they do need to get shaken up pretty well. So while I'm mixing, let's go ahead. Let's see, number one question. I can't remember if I answered this one on Monday, but nickname. I go by my name is Al-azif. The whole name Al-azif, Al is red. But I go by just Al-azif online. But my nickname is, you can just call me Al. Pretty simple to understand. That was an easy question. Number two, favorite color. I think I covered that one too, but I can't remember. I personally like lavender. I think lavender is a very pretty color. It also is supposed to inspire creativity. My before I moved into the house that I'm in right now, my hobby room, my art studio had lavender walls. I loved it. And I'll probably eventually paint the walls in this house. At least in my room. I'll probably eventually paint it lavender. But I'm pretty happy with what I have so far. Mm-hmm. All right, and this is going to be contrast paint, so you can see as soon as you see that it hits that water, and it just starts spreading out because it's naturally going to be thin. Um, Actually, I want to find a little drier space to put this contrast paint on. Let's see. I got these Volks brushes. I'm so excited about these. I got these. I've wanted these since I was a teenager. These are Japanese model brushes, and they used to be really hard to get. I was kind of shocked when I found Volks USA online, and I got these within 3, 4 business days, and I was pretty excited. I went nuts about these online, so find the first one that I did. All right, we're just gonna put this on the armor today. So, covered it before. I want this channel to be something that new painters can come in and listen to and inspire them to paint. Old painters, I mean, you guys probably know more. Some of you probably know more than me. That's one good thing about the painting hobby is I love sharing knowledge with people because you'll learn new stuff and you'll teach new stuff. But I want to inspire people to take up the hobby themselves because I hear a lot of people are like, oh, well, I would love to paint, but I don't have the time. Or I'd love to paint, but I don't have the money. I love to paint, but I don't have the skill. I love to paint, but I don't, my hands shake. All that is easily fixed. One, you can paint when you feel like it. It's not going to be a job if you pick it up. So if you don't want to paint all the time, don't paint all the time. You can't. You don't have to. That's one good thing about a wet palette is you're not going to sit here and waste paint. You can get yourself a wet palette, especially if you use acrylics and stuff. And the wet palette is just going to save your paints because I can just cover this. These paints, like this one, I think this is your dry area. These are several days old, and I can just hit them with a little bit of water. Boom, it's going to pop right back up because the moisture in the dry palette, especially when you cover it, is just going to um, keep it preserved in a way. get this dry brush palette out of the way. We're not going to need that anytime soon. I maybe have like one or two songs like this on my Spotify. I feel bad for anyone that's just coming in the chat right now that's watching me paint to like some type of country music. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. There's a genre called dark country, which I'm actually a big fan of, and that's what most of these songs are. Is going to be if you hear any type of country or bluegrass song, it's considered a dark country song. All right, let's see. Favorite favorite color? Here's a good one. Favorite food. Um, hmm. Favorite food. That's a good question. Usually, when I say it's a good question, I'm trying to come up with enough time to answer. Um, I do enjoy me some good sushi. Um, I like Irish food, which is a little bit stereotyped since I am Irish. Good like shepherd's pie, fish and chips. Those are my comfort, some of my comfort staples to go to. One of my biggest, if this place is good and I'm coming back, like if it's a cafe or something we're going to for um, brunch or lunch or anything like that, is if they can do a good Reuben. If they have, I'm not judging places if they don't have a Reuben on their menu because not everybody's going to do a Reuben. But if they have Reubens on their menu, especially if they're a sandwich place, and that they better be able to do a Reuben, like a really good Reuben. That's gonna be my litmus test on whether I go back to a place. Hey, Dark Mage, how you doing today? I'm doing pretty good myself. Just continuing work on these sisters. Still answering questions on this VTuber get to know me card. Was talking about favorite foods there a second ago. Depending where you are, like right now, it's early. It's still early for me. So unless you work a late shift or you're on the different side of the planet, that's pretty cool. All right, so yeah, like I was talking about, Reuben sandwiches. Those are like a pretty good staple. Now, if I go to a pub, that's 414. Well, sorry, something went wrong, but at least you're home now, right? But yeah, if we go to a pub or a new pub or anything like that, fish and chips. Always been a fan. Always will be a fan. Time to Warhammer my head off. Mixed grill. What do you mean by mixed grill? I've never heard that term before. Explain it to me. But talking about fish and chips, like one of the things, I went to visit a friend of mine in Minnesota. Never been to Minnesota before. And usually, if you do fish and chips, especially here in the States, you get cod. And so in Minnesota, where which is the Twin Cities, which is St. Paul and Minneapolis, they have, they're known as the land of a thousand lakes, or for a reason, because you get all these people that are fishing, and one of the biggest fish over there is walleye. And you hear them with that Minnesota accent, like, "Oh yeah, the walleye is biting today." Um, so I ordered fish and chips at this pub, and they decided to warn me after I ordered it. They said, "Oh yeah, it's not going to be cod; it's going to be walleye." And I'm like, "Okay, so hopefully it's not that too big of a difference." So it came out with these huge, bigger than any fish and chips I ever had. These huge flanks of, like, if I knew it was going to be that big, I wouldn't have. I ordered just one. But yeah, these huge freaking flanks of fish. Um, but it was good, good. Yeah, I mean the walleye wasn't bad. I was a fan. I was also a fan of Minnesota. Like I liked it up there. It was very nice. Big, huge board gaming community in Minnesota. I mean, it gets so cold up there, you kind of have to lock yourself in a house, um, and play board games. We went to a soda shop up there called Blue Sun Soda Shop. Which those of you that are a Firefly fan, blah blah blah, Firefly fan, um, or Serenity, the movie Serenity fan. That's where it comes from. Is the Blue Sun soda company, and they have a big painted mural of the Serenity, the ship, the Serenity, on the side of the shop. It's really nice. But anyways, so they carry like all these different soda flavors, like in bottles, and there's all types of different flavors. It's insane. It's chicken, steak, sausages, given usually on a plate with chips and peas. That sounds really stinking good. Okay, I gotta admit, that sounds like really good. What I've always wanted to try, and you can't really find anything in the state, any like restaurant in the states that'll do it right. I've always wanted to eat an English breakfast. Like every time I hear about just like how, like, breakfast is one of my favorite meals of the day, and just the idea of an English breakfast. I know it's a lot of stinking food, but it it sounds delicious to me. But yeah, this the soda shop, all the sodas are sitting on a shelf, so they're room temperature, but they have this little machine by the counter that has this like ice water that's kept this really frosty temperature, and you just set the soda down in it, and it gets cold and like insanely fast. Oh, I bet it is. Yeah, so when we went to this Blue Sun soda shop, they had this deal where you can get like a box of 24, and you can choose any flavors that you want. So it was so cold in November in Minnesota that when we got back to my buddy's house, he's like, "Oh yeah, we're not gonna put it in the fridge. We're just gonna set them out on the porch because, like, it's so cold in Minnesota. Every house pretty much has an airlock, has an enclosed porch. So you go through the enclosed porch, and then you go inside the house. And during the summer, the enclosed porch opens up, and you can like sit outside and read, and it's really nice. So we just set these boxes of soda outside in November, and it acts as an ice box. We're sitting here playing board games inside the house, and we're like, "Hey, I want a soda." I just walk outside and just pull one out of the box, and it's frosty cold. But yeah, I went up there. Last time I went up there, sadly, was before the pandemic. My one of my best friends lives up there. He's actually the guy I'm doing this commission for. Love him to death. I consider him like a brother to me. And it's been a long time since I went up there and saw him or seen him. I think last time I went up there was for an airbrushing class taught by Miniature Monthly's Aaron Lovejoy. Great teacher. Learned so much from him. Yeah, I'm happy I went back and did a little bit of dry brushing on this armor and thinned this very dense um, contrast paint of this black. I'm actually using a little lighter shade. I'm using a was it Grave Lord Gray right now, which is a little bit lighter black, and I think it's bringing out some of those details a little bit more. So I got asked last time if I'm accepting commissions, and I usually typically take one commission at a time. But if anyone listening to this is interested, my email is going to be down in the my business email is down in the about me section. And I don't just do miniatures. I'll do models and busts and standees and stuff like that. Eventually, I'm going to be doing some garage kits on here. I've got a backlog of garage kits I bought when I was in Japan a long time ago. I eventually want to get to those. That's one of the one of the big reasons I started this channel is as encouragement for me to work through my backlog of miniatures and models and everything. All right, let's see. Prompt another question up. Uh, Favorite food, birthday and zodiac sign. Um, I was born on June 21st, which I've never really been one for astronomy or anything, but being born on June 21st, I was always told by friends of mine that were into astronomy that I was on the cusp, whatever the hell that means, um, between Gemini and Cancer. So I honestly don't know. I know it depends on certain things, but being born, yeah, then uh, they're I guess someone told me once, it's like, oh, because you have a personality traits of both, which I think is interesting because people believe in the zodiac signs. Um, I was a phlebotomist, and so I was obsessed for a while with everything related to blood. And I know in Japan, they believe that your personality can be affected by your blood type. And honestly, I forgot. I know I am O I am B, like OB positive or something like that. Uh I'm a universal recipient. So end of the world, I'm great. It's like I can take anybody's blood. Um but I forget how that affects my personality. You asked me a couple years ago, I could have told you. But it's one of those bits of useless knowledge that just goes away over time. Yeah, I kind of don't believe I mean, it's okay if it's your belief, it's just not my belief. That like where the stars were when you were born affects your personality. Let's see. We did the zodiac sign one. Biggest VTuber inspiration. Uh, let's see. I I know it's weird wanting to be a VTuber. And never really watched a lot before. Like I used to watch clips um of a lot of VTubers on YouTube. Like I never really actually sat down and watched any of them live until here recently. But the ones that inspired me the most, the ones that I watched way before deciding to do this endeavor, was I really respected, and I'm going to bastardize some of these names because I suck at pronouncing names. Shirari, the French VTuber, Metal Gear Solid nut. I thought she was absolutely hilarious. She was the very first VTuber that actually got me interested in this community, and she made me laugh. I would I thought she was absolutely adorable. I actually still remember the very first one video I saw of her. She was playing, I think it was Resident Evil Village, and she was so scared. And when she was singing, scared, she was singing Frere Jacques to herself, and it just made me laugh like so hard. Uh, Another one that was I guess inspiring just because I thought they were absolutely amazing the first time I saw them and encouraged me to read about them was Obi Katie. I thought Obi Katie was fantastic personality, and she's a metalhead, so which I'm a metalhead too, so it kind of spoke to me. Uh, and here lately, someone who's been inspiring me a lot is I think it's Yomi Quigley. I think you pronounce her name. The mad scientist, blue skin, tiefling. Yeah, I think she's awesome. Her message and just some of the things she's been saying here lately has really kept me going. Especially just the negativity that can possibly be in this community, especially when you're new and just starting out. Yeah, I think she's pretty cool. I think, but in all honesty, I think all VTubers are pretty awesome because I respect anyone that chases their passion. You show me somebody that is just chasing something they're absolutely passionate in, and I'm a fan. I'm automatically a fan. Let's see. Got my brush in my mouth. Have any other social media? I covered that. I've got Blue Sky. I've got Twitter. I've got Instagram. I have I was about to say MySpace. I had a MySpace. I've got YouTube. Memorable streaming moment. I covered that on Monday. When did you start VTubing? I started this week. I consider it. Well, technically, the idea. I started. Ah, getting ahead of myself. 20 things I want to say at one time. I've had the idea for a painting channel for a long time now. It's something that I wanted to do. Share my hobby, teach new people because I'm not the greatest painter. I'm good. I mean, I'm better than some people, but I think everybody's better at something than someone else. I don't think I'm like God's gift to painting, but if I wanted to do a channel because I wanted to inspire people to take up the hobby. I've covered that many times before, so I'm not going to rehash that. But that was something that I uh, I wanted to do. Was I wanted to do a painting channel. So with doing a painting channel, it just recently became the idea of doing it as a VTuber. And it started with me just happening upon a Cthulhu model on Etsy, and I purchased it for like $14. And that was originally my plan was I was going to do this little Cthulhu guy. Wasn't going to do much to it or anything like that. Well, it started growing around that, and then I tried to get a hold of that artist about changing the art a little bit and everything, and the artist never got back to me. And I was like, okay. So I had an artist friend, Yod, who he had never made a PNG tuber, but I loved his artwork. I contacted him and we talked. I was like, "Hey, can you do this?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'll try anything." So he started work on Al here. You see him, little guy talking, and Al's got plenty of expressions. I've never really used a lot of them. You know, he's just got the normal face, and he can be he can be really sad too. Like he gets the sad eyes like that. When things don't go his way, he gets kind of sad, and it can get really worse. The tears just his tears just start flowing. And he gets really sad. And it's so sad. You look at that face, but after a while he can get pretty damn angry, and especially if he cries too long, he gets pretty mad. But he can also be scared, um, nervous, scared, however you want to put it. And one thing Yad had the idea of is being able to open his mouth. So we do have the and go ah and speak. You get the nice little beak. Ah. So it's pretty he's pretty fun and expressive. But when I'm painting, I kind of don't. Honestly, I'm so focused on painting, I don't even worry about the emotions. But yeah, going back to it's kind of just something that grew up around the idea of I wanted to do a painting channel, and I wanted to inspire people to paint. And a lot of times when I tell people, it's like, oh yeah, I wanted to be a painting VTuber, and I want to be able to see my hands, but I want to speak through a model. They're like, oh, that's a neat idea. And exactly what I had planned about is a lot of people when I'm like, oh yeah, I paint. They're like, oh, I wish I could paint. I wish I could do this. I wish I could do that. I'm like, you can. Everybody can, because all it takes is a little bit of. I mean, everybody's gonna suck at first. It's if you are not good at something, then you just keep trying. Especially if you want to be good at that. It's like nobody's gonna be good right outside the gate. I'm not good at VTubing right outside the gate. But every stream I do, I'm learning a little bit more. Hopefully I become even more entertaining over time, but because it's something I want to do. It's something I'm passionate about. And that's the thing is it's I when you want to learn how to do something, you've got to be able to put the time in. You got to be able to learn it. And you can't rush yourself, which I've got to keep telling myself. I'm even guilty of it. Is where I'm wanting to rush, and I want to be like I want to be good now. I want uh I want to be. This is where I want to be. I want to be good. I want to be at this level. But the realistic me is like, oh come on, come on. You're probably doing better than someone at your level, but you're not gonna be absolutely amazing. You need to chill, Bill. You need to chill and take your time. So yeah, I've only been VTubing. Well, I consider it VTubing when I started Monday, which a lot of people are not like that. They're like, oh, you're building an audience on Twitter. I was since January. I have been trying to build an audience, at least a little bit, and I had to tell myself because fighting the algorithm and being on Twitter, oh, that is the part of this I've hated the most, and it has been de fucking moralizing sometimes. Is trying to sell yourself, and I've done stage acting, I've done announcing, I've worked conventions, I've been guest dungeon master for things. It's like I've been in the crowd, I've entertained, I know what I'm doing sometimes. It's the selling yourself. It's the going out there and being like, hey, you know, I'm trying to do this, and you know, without, and I don't know, you can call it social anxiety or whatever it is. Um, I always feel like I'm bothering people. And it's like you always think yourself. You're the biggest critic of yourself. You always are. It's like I don't DM people. I don't. I can't. The idea of like asking someone to collab with me just fills me with like anxiety so bad because I don't want to bother them. All right. So what I'm doing now is I'm done with the armor part. So I'm going back through and I'm going to touch up some of the red. A little bit too much paint there. If I get quiet, it's because I'm breathing and concentrating. But yeah, I'm gonna keep at it. Even if I have like one viewer these first couple of streams, I'm just gonna keep going. And I'm no means I don't want to sound like I'm being negative or anything like that because I really don't. It's just the question was when did you start? And it's like I consider myself started, but I really don't consider myself started. Uh, and there's been a lot of supportive people. I'm gonna say that like a lot of people have supported me on Twitter and everywhere. That's just keep going, you're doing great. And I'm so thankful for that. It's been amazing. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I really don't need to do the red. I really don't need to do the red yet. Let's see. Where's the flash? Do I have? Ah, we have PT flash. What other flash colors do? Warrior skin. Uh, yeah, I'll go with the PG flesh. We'll try the PG flesh. I think this is PG, right? Okay. It's gonna need a little bit more mixing than that. PG flesh. Doesn't look very PG. Let's see. What would when did you? What are you known for? Not a damn thing right now. It's like, what are you known for? I'm not known for shit. Um, but in my friend circle, I'm known as the lovable asshole. If that means anything, it's I'm known as the friend that speaks their mind, um, to a fault sometimes. Um, yeah, that I've been described as he's an ass, but he's our ass. And that's just because if I like I've covered this before too on Monday. If I like somebody and especially if I respect them, I'm a kind of a little bit of a bully at heart. So I will pick on somebody. And the more I pick on you, the more I like you. In all truth. Yeah, picking on someone is pretty much my love language. It's funny, but my balls are stuck. Oh, there we go. Looking for a particular tool. There we go. Found it. All this is I don't have a palette brush. Um I don't like having too many tools cluttering up my work desk. So all this is actually just a sculpting tool with a nice flat edge that I use to mix paints sometimes. All right, let's see. Streaming platforms. Just Twitch right now. I do share my stuff on YouTube after I'm done. Uh, I've thought about. I do have it set up to where I could do multiple, and I'm just haven't had the time here lately, especially with getting started, to figure out how the hell to do that. Then there's Pictaro, which is a streaming service for artists, and I thought very much about going over there and streaming over there. But yeah, just Twitch right now. I mean, I've seen where people have been going live on um, Twitter, and yeah, figuring that out might be fun. But right now, I'm just trying to get used to the idea of doing it, and I don't want too many moving parts. Signature greeting. I don't have a signature greeting. Didn't know that was a thing. Man, I did know that was a thing. I didn't know it was a requirement. Let's see. Oshi marks. Yeah, I've covered that. I think I actually changed it here recently, and I went with octopi and a star because Cthulhu's known for the elder sign. So I figured I'd go for the star. Okay, let's see. Did you debut? Yes, I did. I debuted on Monday. Languages. I speak good English, bad English, and a little bit of Japanese. I think I covered that on Monday. Can you sing? Not a bit. Nope, can't sing. Biggest pet peeve. Covered that on Monday. Do you have any pets? Covered that on Monday. Personality type. Did that one too. What's your sense of humor? Um, pretty dark at times, and there's definitely stuff that I laugh at that I probably shouldn't. Probably a lot of stuff I laugh at that I probably shouldn't. There, yeah, my sense of humor, it's I know some people are put off by it at times. I do like I try not to be to gauge my audience. Um, but yeah, once I get comfortable with a group of people, yeah, I kind of let loose. Um, hopefully that happens with my chat. I'm still gauging what I can joke about, what I can't joke about, that type of thing. But I know one of my biggest fans is Pups, and she laughs at almost everything I say, and I'm pretty sure that she's got love blinders on when it comes to my sense of humor. Like, but I love me some good dad jokes. I really do. I mean, I am a dad, so of course I'm gonna love them. Puns crack me up. But yeah, well, yeah, one of the things that I hate, if we're gonna be blatantly honest, one of the things I will do stuff online that I think is funny, and then it just falls flat. But like a good example is Twitter today. Like right before I got on the stream, like literally 30 minutes before I get on stream, I'm on Twitter, and one in my feed there's somebody that posted they were making breakfast, and the butter in the pan uh ended up being shaped like a penis. And normally it's like, ha ha ha, that's funny. It looks like this and everything like that. Even with my stream being imminent and me having to get ready, I stopped everything I was doing and go looked up a brand of butter called Country Crock and found a picture of a tub of it. And crock is spelled Crock. Some of you can probably see where this is going. So I popped that in GIMP, and I take the time, even though I'm getting ready for stream. This is like I wanted to start streaming at 10. This is possibly 9:30. I'm in GIMP, still got like sound checks and stuff to do, and like all this other stuff to do. I'm editing this tub of butter to say country cock, so I can post it as a reply. That's my sense of humor. Doesn't matter if anybody's gonna laugh at it. I laughed at it, and that's what's funny to me. Like I laughed at it. It made me laugh. But that's one good thing about Yod's art when he gave it to me. The PNG was done in multiple layers because it just makes it easier to put on PNG Tuber Plus that way. Do the emotions and everything like everything I did myself. Taught myself. That's one good thing about this whole process I've enjoyed is teaching myself. I'm teaching myself photo editing. I've never done that before. Teaching myself how to rig up a PNG tuber. Never done that before. Um, and I know on Twitter that you have like all these artists, and somewhat most of them are bots. They're contacting you. They're like, "Hey, we need work, everything like that." And I will hire an artist in a heartbeat. But some of this I want to learn how to do myself. Like because it interests me. I want to do the work. I want to put in the time. I want to know how to do this. I want to know how the sausage is made. I want to rig my model. I want to do it all. I want to edit my videos myself. And they might suck. And like I said, they're gonna suck. Everything, like, I don't expect anything I do like right out the gate is gonna be absolutely fucking awesome because it's a learning experience. Let's get another question. Personal humor. What are you passionate about? I am passionate about sharing my hobbies. That is one reason back in years ago I started streaming D&D with the Forever DMs like during the pandemic. I wanted to share my love for D&D with people, and the reason I'm doing this stream is I want to share my love for models and model building with people and basically creativity. Um, that I love. It's like I love anything creative I can do. I think that's why a lot of like normal jobs I've had have just been stifling and destructive when it comes to my personality. A lot of jobs I've had has not allowed me to be creative. I worked construction for a time. I hated it with a passion. But some one of my favorite jobs that I've done is I worked for a VTT, a virtual tabletop for D&D. This was towards the beginning of the pandemic. It was an amazing tabletop called Astral Table. To this day, like I'll even like during the Star Wars Hunters podcast that I DM for everything. A lot of those players they did Astral Table with me, and we'll bring up Astral Table about how awesome it was and how it shouldn't have ever folded. In which there's a whole story behind it of why it folded because politics and business and like all this other stuff. Anyways, so it was a great VTT. I loved working for him. I got a job. It was my first job in the gaming industry, of the tabletop gaming industry, in any way, and I loved it. I was doing what I've wanted to do since I was a kid. I was a game designer. I was a world crafter. I was a world builder. Worked on all these assets. I remember I spent months using the syntax of the VTT to put in like all I had to put in all of the basic rule sets for the 5e monsters and create characters within Astral Tables engine. I did that for months. That was cool. That was awesome to see what I was doing and then all of a sudden see like people using it and praising it. That was fun. But it honestly showed me what I wanted to do. Is that I love that job because it allowed me to be creative, and that is pretty much where I'm gonna have to work on from now on. Is I'm gonna have to have, if I do anything, it's gonna have to be something creative. But it's that creativity that I wanted to share. That's one reason I started this channel. And to inspire, I really want to inspire people to paint because I think it's a hobby that more people need to do. And I think, like, especially in the Warhammer community, it can be a little gatekeepy. And I just want people to feel like and to know that they can just go out there and fucking do it. It's like who gives a shit what this like neck bearded sweaty guy in a fucking hobby shop's gonna be like? Oh god, you want to get into this hobby? It's not really for you. You know what? Fuck you, dude. Like there's a term, get bent. One of my favorite terms. And I'll look at anybody and be like, oh yeah, anybody that tries to stifle someone's creativity, anyone that tries to tell someone's like, oh yeah, you don't belong in this community, fucking get bent, dude. It's like you're not the police of this hobby. But yeah, that's pretty much what I'm passionate about. Is I'm very passionate about sharing my hobbies. Very passionate about getting people to try my hobbies or try new things or just try a hobby in general. Because getting onto it, like, there's one type of person that creeps me out. Like, it's someone that doesn't have a single hobby. Like, in no, and what I mean by that is, okay, you tell me you're a sports fan. Okay, that's a hobby. Like, okay, you like sports. That's a hobby. It's not a nerdy hobby, but that's a hobby. Um, Tell me you like watching movies. Okay, yeah, yeah. You like watching movies. That's cool. You have a hobby. You're a cinephile. You like watching movies. That's great. You like to cook. Okay, cool. You like to cook. Um, all types of freaking hobbies out there. But you show me somebody that absolutely no hobby, doesn't read, doesn't like go out, doesn't do this, doesn't do that. That's the to me that's like serial killer like material there, guy. I'm just like, you have nothing you do for fun. You have no release, nothing to help you relax. It's like do you have like certain types of TV shows you like? Because hey, that's a hobby, right? That could be a hobby. But no. But you tell me you got nothing. I'm like, dude, come on. It's like everybody's got to have something. Everybody's got to have something. But yeah, that's what I'm passionate about. Is I want people. I'm passionate about getting people to be passionate. If that if that's sounds like a cop out. No, but that's the truth. Is I love seeing people passionate about what they love. And that's one good thing about the VTuber community is seeing people like, hey, I made this model. Look at this, or hey, I did this. Look at this, and I'm just like, that's awesome, dude. That's amazing. I'm just blown away by people that just love what they do. And I think more people like that need more recognition in this world. All right. One more. I'll finish this other one up, and then I'll probably take a little 15-minute, 10-minute break, go to the bathroom, grab something to eat since it is lunch. For me, at least. Right now, I'm just going back through where I did the armor and just touching up on the red. Getting ready for some detail work here in a minute. Let's see. While I'm at it, let's pull up another question. Any useless talents? Oh god, yeah, useless. Um, Probably have a lot of useless talents. My pups likes to joke that my mutant power is that you can drop me off anywhere and I know how to get around. Nothing. I mean, I kind of agree with that a little bit. I mean, I don't think that's a useless talent though, because that's actually pretty useful. It's helped us out a lot. I will say it's useless right now, but I've got over a decade's worth of stage combat training that's going to waste. Actually, going to switch to a smaller brush for this. There we go. Get enough light in here. This little bitty thin gap between the crossbow and her face. I just painted her face. Okay. Checking it over. All right, so I'm gonna step away just for a little bit. I'll be back. I promise. And I'm gonna hit the head. And let's see. And I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, so back. Um, ran and used the potty and grabbed something to drink real quick, and hammered some leftovers from last night. So I think next I'm gonna get started on doing some of the trim and the leather, get some of the satchels done, and for that I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna attempt to try this goddess glow. I don't want to do with the dark black and the darker red. I really don't want to do another darker color. I want to do a little lighter shade of brown for the leather. And of course, using our handy dandy vortex spinner here to goddess glow. Don't know how I feel about that. Let's see. Satchel Brown. That's the other one I was looking at. Satchel Brown. Give it a pretty good mix. That's really dark. It's really saturated. Wait a second. I know, just the thing to do. Aha. Why does that keep happening? There they go. All right, gonna do 2 drops of speed paint medium. Give that a good mix. What that will do is cut the saturation down a little bit. Should make it thinner. Get a little lighter effect. Let's go. Swap back to a good old handy dandy army painter brush. I do like these Volks brushes, but I'm still getting used to them. Always go to my um master class brush. One thing I like about these, having bigger fingers, these diamond shaped brushes. Oh man, they're so nice. I keep clicking my dust filter on my mic. Let's see. Getting back in the swing of things. Useless talents. First game ever played. Well, I'm gonna date myself, but first game I ever played was Super Mario Brothers on the NES. I was super young. My parents bought us a Nintendo Entertainment Center system, my brother and I, and we took turns playing. Back then, I mean, that was a shit. Actually, no, I lie. Before that, I played an Atari. I was super young, like really young. I remember the first game I actually remember like getting really into on the Atari back in the day was Combat. It's this little tank game, and it was the shit, dude. Like you were fighting your friend, and you would shoot at each other, and you had to ricochet. You could ricochet the shots off the walls. That was really fun. But if we're talking about favorite games, um, favorite game I ever played was I love the Knights of the Old Republic series. Absolutely adore it. Um, First one and the second one. Oh, and the Mass Effect series, which basically anywhere Bioware puts out, except for Anthem. I wasn't a big Anthem fan when it came out, but yeah, I'm a big Bioware fan, big Bioware nut, and so like I enjoyed Mass Effect. I enjoyed um, Knights of the Republic when it came out. That was really fun. Keep clicking the mic with my brush. See how this is drying. Ooh, I like that. Hmm. Uh, favorite TV show. It depends on what I'm watching at the time. I think right now Pups and I are watching this TV show on HBO Max that is called The Pit. And it's kind of the 24 motif, if you remember 24. Like every episode is an hour within a day, and it all takes place within a emergency room within Pittsburgh. And it's been pretty good. I'm horrible with actors' names, but the main star in it starred in Falling Skies, which I really enjoyed. Falling Skies. He played the father in Falling Skies, and he's playing the head doctor in this emergency room. It's really good so far. They're in the season finale right now. Um, but yeah, it's been very enjoyable so far. Yeah, I'm enjoying that one. Trying to think of anything else. Oh no, we don't watch a lot of TV. Either I'm working on here lately, either I'm working on stuff for the stream. Pups is reading a book or listening to true crime stories because what is it with I don't want to sound sexist and say women with true crime because I know a lot of guys that are into it too. But yeah, like, well, I take that back. I do understand it because I do listen to true crime. Like I did the How to Make a Murderer. Like I went down that rabbit hole. So I guess yeah. I guess never mind. I do understand it because I do it too. But yeah, when it comes to TV shows, yeah, we're not really watching a lot. Kind of blanking on the question. Well, that's a difficult angle. Gonna get under the gun to the left. Ooh, it gets worse. Hmm. Yeah, so when it comes to these, we're still getting the base code down. I want to get these done in time. Have to move this. That is Pups herself commenting in chat as a first time chatter, defending her true crime interest. But yeah, as I was saying, I'm basically getting the base coats down, and I want this to be done in a timely manner. And with I'm planning on getting more painting days during the week. Um, I might start painting a little bit offline just to get them done because I would like to move on to other projects to show you guys. Um, I want to sit here in multiple weeks paint on the exact same project. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Where put that? Oh, there it is. Favorite streamer or YouTuber? Um, I'll tell you someone I really do like is this guy Better Cheat Meals. God, if it wasn't for him, I think Pups and I would have fell on our diet that we've been on for about 6 months. Dude, dude's amazing. He takes favorite like his favorite fast food meals and does a low calorie version of each. Like he teaches you how to make like low cal spicy chicken nuggets, or like crunch wraps and stuff like that. Oh, this dude, he's saved us. Like when it comes to our diet, lost so much weight by exercising, counting calories, and stealing this guy, like doing this guy's recipes that he puts online. Um, I know it's not very entertaining, but yeah, really like him. There's not really a lot of streamers that I religiously follow, but I do like um catch clips a lot on YouTube. If I happen to be looking. Mm-hmm. Keep drifting. Let's see. Favorite genre of music. I like metal and I like rock and roll. I like a little bit of everything. Like honestly, surprisingly for someone as like I wouldn't say gothy, but like doom cookie as me. In a way. I like musicals. I love musicals. Hamilton is one that I've loved here recently. Rock of Ages, love that one. Like Chicago. But yeah, I love a good musical. Surprisingly, I don't think there's any genre of music that I absolutely like. Oh, I hate it just because it's this. Maybe polka, and that's just because our neighbor plays oompa oompa music all the time. Like listening to my Spotify here on this channel. I've got it where we can listen to it live, but it doesn't get recorded onto the VOD. You hear a lot of the music I listen to, which is a lot of metal. I know it sounds weird, but I like Viking metal. Um, Especially this artist I've discovered here recently, which I had my little fanboy moment because he followed me on Twitter. Was Peyton Parrish. You'll hear a lot of his music in my Spotify. Amazing chords on this dude. Um, he sings a lot of the Viking metal, and he does covers of like Disney songs. Like I think it played "I'll Make a Man Out of You" from Mulan earlier that he sings, and yeah, it's great. So right now, currently, we are working on the leather, um, which I decided to bring back up the saturation in of this brown. Felt like it wasn't getting deep enough. So you might see me go over some stuff here in a second, or go back over stuff. she does not have a lot of leather on her, surprisingly. Let's see. Skills you want to learn. That's another question. I want to be I want to be a more entertaining streamer. That's a skill. A skill I'd like to learn. Find out what entertains people. Like, I think that'd be good. I think a lot of my sense of humor is dated, to be honest. Hmm. Okay. Um, Plans in the near future. Yeah. I One of the biggest plans I have for the near future is I really, really want to get a hold of a 3D printer and add that to my list of things in the shop. There's a couple of things I really want to do, content wise. I really want to paint Trench Warfare, or not Trench, Trench Crusade, which is a new skirmish game that's out. I really want to paint their battle squads, like, because all the models are amazing. I really want to paint different kill teams and skirmish squads of those, and then give them away as giveaways for watching the stream. I think that would be awesome. Um, Another thing I want to do is I really want to start, because I've noticed that a lot of these 3D modelers have started doing VTuber models. Ronin Miniature, I think it's called that. Follow them on Twitter. They do. They actually released one today that I commented on right before stream started. They do VTuber statues and miniatures, and man, I want to really start painting those. It's like the idea of, like, I've got different like art collabs I want to do, but the idea of sitting here with a streamer doing a collab and painting while they talk to me while I paint a miniature of them, and they can give me their 2 cents, like, what they want this color to be and everything like that, like showing them what I'm painting as I'm doing it. Oh, dude, that sounds so fun. Um, but along that same lines is like I want to collab with art VTubers, people that draw, people that paint, people that color, and I want to I want to do collaborations in a way like if I'm painting a miniature, I want them to be able to draw what I'm painting, like their version of what they think the character and like what the character would look like. Like if I'm painting one of these sisters, they draw like their own in their style a version of the model that I'm painting. I think that would be really fun. Um, I think that would be fun, a fun collaboration. And it's just one getting balls enough in me to actually like approach some of these people. Um, that's one of my hardest things is I feel like I'm bothering everybody all the time. Um, I'm pretty sure a lot of you feel the same way. Like read the idea of reaching out first and DMing someone, I found like absolutely painting some war dollies. Yes, they're action figures. Yes, I'm painting some I've got a kill team commission for these Diptus Sororitas aspirants and getting them done, and I'm answering questions on this VTuber Get to Know You. How you doing, Clockwork? How are you doing today? Bother away, bother away. I am just sitting here painting, and I'm just doing a get to know me for anybody that sees this later on. Feel free to ask me any questions you want to. I'll gladly talk about my character, talk about what I'm doing, talk about what I'm streaming. No bother at all. But yeah, I've got like a bunch of ideas for like collabs going into the future that I want to do. A lot of art ones. I also like the idea of taking Tabletop Simulator and having a like I don't know, just a VTuber board game night. Sounds hilarious to me. Especially like getting a bunch of VTubers together and playing like Cards Against Humanity. Iron Judgments. All right, let's have those. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that's going to be a bad judgment because I'm not really a Pokemon fan, but I am aware of them. Back in the day when I had anything to do with Pokemon, I was a Squirtle and Blastoise fan. That shows like, oh, I love them. I thought Squirtle was the cutest guy. But I've never played a Pokemon game. I mean, I played Pokemon Go for a little bit back when, everybody was into it. Like everybody and their grandma was playing that game. But yeah, I was a Squirtle fan. Thank you for your follow, Clockwork. Your universal icebreaker. Good judgment. Let's see. Plans for future. I partake in a lot of different nerd hobbies. Mainly number one, I love painting, building models, painting. That's pretty much what I'm doing for the stream here. Um, Play a bunch of video games. Big Lovecraft fan, if you can't tell, from little guy. Uh, But yeah, I play a lot of D&D. Played a lot of D&D role playing games. Still very much into those. Um, Play D&D multiple times a week. Big manga fan. Surprisingly, for someone who's a metalhead and into things, I do like me slice of life mangas. I do read a lot of slice of life mangas. I think I'm following about 200 of them right right now, almost. Um, Big Star Wars nerd. Do enjoy that. I'm actually DMing a Star Wars 5e podcast game for the Forever DMs um, on their YouTube channel. We do that once a week. And here recently, like the big thing is just getting this channel up and running because this is actually my first week of streaming or end of the first week. I'll be back again on Monday painting again. Um, but yeah, I've got a lot of collabs that I want to do in the future, and just getting out there and getting other VTubers that want to participate in them. That's not, which I'm sure they are. It's just me putting myself out there, which is like one of the things I cannot stand to do. But that's another reason I'm doing this. I'm trying to make myself socialize more. I've heard a lot of good things about Age of Sigmar. I was just covering this before you came in. I'm hopefully getting a 3D printer soon because I kickstarted Trench Crusade myself and a bunch of friends. So I'm hoping to paint those on the channel, and I want to eventually give away um, Trench Crusade models that I paint on here. Hey, that's the one I backed. I backed New Antioch for the Kickstarter. Yeah, I was very impressed with their models. Yeah, they looked amazing. I love the World War One like knight look. The and come on, sniper priests. Come on, that's just fucking rocks. That is a good point. There's a RPG like back when I went to Gen Con one year. There's this RPG. It's called No Man's Land, and it's an Eldridge RPG set in like World War One, right up Trench Crusade's alley before there was Trench Crusade. Could never get anybody to play it with me because the art was very Ralph Baci's Wizards. If you're aware of that show or that movie, the art was really good. I really liked it, but yeah, I could never get anybody to play it because it was such a bleak setting. Like I remember, oh, that's another nerdy hobby I'm into. I'm a huge board game fan, and most of my friends are. And I remember, we got into this card game called Grizzled, and my friend wanted to play it so bad, and it's set in World War I, and it's such a depressing card game because the object of the game is to win or to succeed. You have to give the other players like PTSD cards, and it's just such a depressing game. Like we ended up stopping before we finished it the first time because it was just so sad. It's sad. It really is. A fair warning. Grizzled is it's very depressing. Yeah, paranoia. If you're talking about the old RPG, yeah, where you actually have to have clones of yourself because you're gonna die so much. Yeah, paranoia the RPG was really fun. Um, if you like stuff like that, there's a RPG board rule set. I think the rule set's free, and it's a game called Dread. And the way it's played is you have a Jenga tower. So it's really easy to get a hold of. Is you just have to have a Jenga tower. So you have a storyteller, like any other RPG, and whenever anyone needs to commit like a skill check, like you don't have character sheets, and if you do, you just have like very vague character sheets. But anytime anyone has to do a skill check, you pull from the Jenga tower. And if you ever knock the tower over, um, your character dies. And so when you rebuild the tower, you leave pieces out to the same number of people that have died in the game so far. The first time I played this, the my best friend did it, and he did a kind of a colony ship like setting. It's where we all woke up, very Pandorum type thing. We all woke up, and the ship was like just fucked, and we're trying to survive, and we're having to like pull from this Jenga tower every time we like do skill checks or just trying to save the ship. Yeah, Dread, dude, such a great game, such a great party game, and it's so the like I said, the rules are free. You just need a Jenga tower. Oh, it's such a great game, so fun. All right, so I'm working on the leather on these bad girls right now. I'm about to move some more to probably some metal details here in a second. But yeah, thanks for stopping in, Regiment, and thanks for chatting, man. I'm looking forward to having an active chat, talking to you guys while I'm sitting here painting. Favorite thing to paint on models? I love painting armor. I really do. I love painting armor. Love painting. Surprisingly, I really like painting bases too. Like these bases were very plain when I got them, and someone that follows me sent me some new stuff to play around with. It's this acrylic texture paint, and it's really awesome. Here, hold on, I'll show you exactly what it is because I've got it right down here. This stuff. So this terrain's dark earth is really great because you just glob it onto the base, and it gives the base texture, and then once it dries, you can paint over it. So if you see, like with these bases, I took cork and just crumbled the cork up and glued it. Oh yeah, awesome. Yeah, I've never used it before. This is my first time using it. I fell in love. Oh, it's so great. But yeah, these little rock formations, I took a little bit of skulls from some extra sprues I had and just added it. And these little rock formations are just pieces of cork that I glued down and covered the terrain in and made it hard as dirt. And yeah, it's all ready for paint. So yeah, I like basing. Uh, well, yeah, I like painting effects and love painting armor. Love weathering. Weathering's something I really love to do on models. Like I'm not a big Gundam fan, but I love Zaku's. Like I've got a weakness for them, and just I've seen some weathered Zaku's that are just amazing. But these I'm using a new painting style I'm playing around with. If you're familiar with it, it's called Slap Chop. It's the new thing to do with contrast paints. Because I got a hold of the Army Painter Speed Paint set, and so I've been playing around with that. Let's see, trying to figure out what metal I want to use going in here. Hmm. Yeah, I have to agree. Lakus are just plain cool. Like I watched the one that was on Netflix here recently, Requiem, and I think that's what it is, Requiem. A friend of mine saw it as well, and he got me the Zaku from that, and went ahead and sent it to me. I'm going to be building it on stream eventually. I'm a big Army Painter fan. Like I've got the like I said, I got the entire speed paint set of Army Painters. I'm loving them so far. Um, yeah, I'm a Army Painter snob. It's like I've got their wet palette, I got their brushes. Yeah, I've got a lot of Army Painter stuff. I am not sponsored by them by any means. However, I am sponsored or in partnership with Board Game Boss. Board Game Boss, it's this amazing resin printing to order company. There's a link in my about section. If you go there and you sign up for their newsletter, you get 15% off your first order. And they have a lot of miniatures that I can't wait to get my hands on to paint, and a lot of board game accessories that are really nice. Ooh, that's a nice bronze. Telos bronze. I like that bronze color. Board game boss. If you look down the about game, you'll see a big symbol of theirs in my about section. Just click on that; it'll take you to their webpage. But yeah, you sign up for their newsletter, and your first order you get 13% off. Yeah, their pots are pretty bad. I really want to like Citadel stuff sometimes, but they can be infuriating. He paints one to separate too fast. Yeah, yeah. Grab your paint stuff, dude. Trying to make room on here so I can bring the second pallet out. There we go. That's more like it. Ooh, 40. Oh god, I did not miss those days. Getting ready for getting ready for tournaments. Having to paint everything. See, and the sad thing is, I think that's what killed the Warhammer hobby for me. Was I've got no, I've got some good memories with tournaments, but man, the bad players you play against, the ones that just they're just no fun. I'm not talking about like they stomp you because I've had fun getting stomped, like tournament wise. But the ones that just have a bad attitude, dude, they can kill the hobby for you. The sad thing is, Warhammer can have some toxic players in it. But one thing is, I've been like gearing towards a lot of these skirmish games. I like the idea of it. Ah, see, I've always like I've never played Warhammer Fantasy, but I've always wanted to paint a Skaven army. I just like the idea of them. I think they're just so neat. See, that's cool. I like that. Smaller armies. Like I got into back in the day, I got into Malifaux, which I think there's still a Malifaux community. I don't think it's as big as it used to be though. Um, I'm looking forward to Trench Crusade. That's another skirmish game that's out right now. see. Trying to work through these questions. Genre of music, skills, plans for the future. Actually, I think I've answered all these questions except for this last one, so I'll go ahead and give this one a shot. So, last question that's on best for last. What's the dumbest way you've injured yourself? So, um, I got this one on Monday and I didn't want to answer it because I didn't want to answer it too soon. Because it's actually a pretty funny story of the dumbest way I've injured myself. Let me drop some speed paint medium in this real quick and I'll answer. So I used to do reenactments. Well, not really reenact. I used to perform in Renaissance festivals for a number of years. I was a fight director, and we were hired to um, to do this Renaissance festival up in the mountains. We were hired by this guy who he owned a bunch of tattoo parlors, and he was a really cool old dude. And he went by the name Wizard, of course. Really great guy. So he had this Renaissance festival he was running, and he was getting together, and he wanted us to be part of it. So we showed up, and we did a live action chess match. If you've ever been to a Renaissance festival, and that it was really fun, really enjoyable. And he came up to us and he said, "Hey, I want to do something else other than the chess match. Can you guys put together like I want to do like a king's assassination attempt because there was a king and queen of the fair as well." And so we worked with them and we planned this whole bit that we are going to do, get people engaged. And so we did this whole like king's assassination attempt where the plan was that you have a group of bad guys, you have a group of good guys. And the bad guys, of course, are trying to assassinate the king. Group of good guys just happen to be around and it's going to protect the king. And I just learned, basically, I just purchased a flintlock pistol to use in our shows. And I was excited because I really wanted to use it. And so I had this idea. I'm like, hey, so when someone goes to stab the king, I'm going to pull out this flintlock and I'm going to shoot that person. And that's going to start the melee. And everybody draws their swords, on paper. Sounds really cool. So we get everything planned. I load the flintlock with the gunpowder and the wadding and get everything ready, which, of course, there's no bullet in it because it's a stage combat. And I put the flintlock into my belt, and we go about our show, getting ready. Well, the thing is, if you don't know anything about flintlocks, is that there's you pull the hammer back, and there's two different cocks. There's one you cock it back, and that's the safety. You cock it all the way back, it's ready to fire. Well, I didn't. This is the first time using it, and when I put it in my belt, I cocked it all the way back. So we go through the motions, and the guy draws his dagger, goes towards the king. I yell, "Halt!" Draw the flintlock. I go to draw it, and it goes off, and I take the full blast of the flintlock, wadding, and everything right into my privates in front of the crowd. So I shot myself in, for lack of a better term, I shot myself in the dick. Um, So everyone freezes, and thank God the guy that was supposed to get shot, he committed to the bit, and he just falls backwards. Like as if he got shot. So we continue with the melee as if nothing happens. I draw my sword. And we had a rule back then in the sword fighting group. If you get hit and you don't feel anything, that's bad. Cause that it's it's bad it's bad it's bad enough. You know, if you're not feeling anything, that means nerd damage. Well, the thing is, I didn't feel any pain, so we're going into the combat, and the guy I'm supposed to be sword fighting with, he like locks up with me, gets really close. His name was Kevin, and he starts struggling with me, and he's like, "Are you okay?" It's like, I'm fine, I'm fine. Let's just finish the fight. So we finished the fight, and afterwards, I'm running to our cast tent. I'm doing the little pigeon run, you know, like just trying not to look like there's an emergency as I'm running. And the two other fight directors that ran the group with me, they're running behind me. We're like all three running to this tent, and we get into the tent, and like half of our female cast is taking their break, and I'm running in, and immediately the other two fight directors are running in behind me, and all three of us are working to get my clothes off to see how bad the injury is. I'm undoing my pants, one of them's pulling off my shirt, one of them's pulling my pants down, and these girls are just looking at us like, what the hell is going on? Um, between between, you know, what they're seeing in front of their eyes. So luckily, I had a scorch mark on my leg, but nothing was missing. It was all superficial wounds, but it was very much a learning experience in the moment of not going off half cocked. So that was the probably the most embarrassing injury I've ever received. So what I've got lined up painting after the sisters here is I'm actually going to start working on this Jason Voorhees bust from Blackheart. This is a giveaway for the first 100 followers that I get to the channel. Once we reach 100, I'm going to draw a name, and whoever name I get will get this bust after I'm done with it. So, and I've already done the zenithal dry brushing on it and everything. So, once I get done with these sisters, I'll be painting this on stream. But later down the road, I plan on like my biggest goal is I'm going to get me a 3D printer eventually. And once I do, there's going to be a lot of different projects I want to print off and paint, a lot of different giveaways that I'm planning for the channel. Um, but I also have a backlog of anime like garage kits I want to put together, stuff I picked up in Japan years ago when I was overseas that have just been kind of sitting on a shelf, like resin kits and vinyl kits. Which is the main one of the main reasons I wanted to do this channel is kind of a kick in the pants to get shit done that I have backlogged. I also have a bunch of I've got like 2 shelves and 2 cabinets filled with minis I've been meaning to paint. Yeah, pretty much. It's like if I have to do it for content, then I'm going to be more likely to do it pretty much. On top of taking commissions to do stuff on stream, which is what this is. But this is a commission, but this team is a commission for a friend of mine, but he's not. He's paying me. He's paying me in Trench Crusade print offs. Yeah, yeah. There's a saying I heard a long time ago that said you never make your hobby your business because that's the easiest way to start to hate your hobby. And to be honest, after they announce the new Space Wolves from Adepticon, I kind of want to paint them too. Hmm. Yeah, I had a buddy of mine there. He was giving me like updates of stuff that was coming out. He also got to play a bunch of demos of Trench Warfare, so or Trench Crusade. So I was little, little upset with that because I wanted it to be me. Only one thing to do. What's that? Yeah, I do have Tabletop Simulator. I played a lot of board games on there. I do need to play me some Trench Crusade on there. I'm sure somebody's added it already. Oh, there it went. All right, so we're coming down to the end of it. About to be the end of the stream for the day. Now I will be back again come Monday, uh, 10 a.m. CST. Um, Follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky. All the links are down below. I usually post my schedule for the following week. I'll post it by. I'm planning on posting them by Sunday. Typically, it's going to be Monday, Wednesday. I'll be playing a video game. Right now, I'm playing through Sinking City. Figured a Lovecraft inspired game would be good. So painting days are usually Fridays and Mondays. And just finish up this last model here. I might be painting on these. I'm going to try to paint on these a little bit this weekend to get ahead of the game. Well, I'm going to leave the VODs up, so be sure to catch the reruns. But yeah, I look forward to it, man. Every time you see me on, grab your paint stuff. Come paint with me. That'd be great. All right. So thanks for dropping by. Thanks for the follow. And yeah, I'll be seeing everybody on Monday. It's like, thank you guys. And like I like to say here, basically it's a motto. The motto of my painting company is dare to suck, just paint, man. You'll get better.